Hello, hello. Listen, I haven't changed as a person. I'm still the same, meaning I will continue to be late. All right. I'm going to pop out the chats. And I have the music set up a certain kind of way today, so hopefully it works. We'll find out together. All right, let me... Also, new angle. Let me know what you think. Let me know thoughts. I feel like this is a bit more of like a holistic view of what I'm doing, you know? Yo, what's up, Gustavo? How's it going? KKTV. Hello, hello. Wow, you guys, the first of many streams. I'm so back. We're so back. And we're learning Rust. It's an imposter. She's an imposter. Dang, after a long time. Listen, sometimes I'm out. Sometimes I'm out and about frolicking in the world and I cannot stream. Oh, uh-oh. Chat is right in my face. I'm gonna put you on the wall. Hopefully you can read yourself. Yippee. Your hair is looking very flowy today. Maybe it's the angle. You know what? Maybe I'm just always like that. Maybe I'm just always flowy like that. And you just didn't know. Because of the angles. What's up? What's up? Nice to be back. I was a little nervous to stream. Listen, I'm just a girl. I'm just human. A human being. What am I gonna work on today? I have 5 days to speedrun my Rust course through the JetBrains Academy thing. So that is what I'm gonna be working on. I'm speedrunning it. We're in the modules section of the book. So we're learning about modules in Rust today. And then I'm also gonna do more beyond modules. I want to try and get as much done as possible. So basically the goal is like this week, I'm pretty much gonna be working on this little course thing. And then next week, I would like to start building some stuff. Small projects, okay? Small projects. And then maybe start researching some of the, I have some ideas for some larger projects that I might wanna build out and probably start researching some of the underlying tech for that stuff is the plan. Yee. Hi, Kozal. Hi, Sakaris. What's up? What's up? I'm working on Rust right now. Lots of fun. I'm just excited for a change of scenery. Honestly, I love Go, but I think I need a little change of scenery. And I think where I felt it fell short with some of the functional languages that I was trying was that Rust has there's a big ecosystem of existing open source Rust projects that I think are really interesting and that I would either be interested in contributing features to and or like, I don't know, working with in some way, shape, or form. I feel like it's a little bit less clear to me on a lot of those pathways moving forward for like a lot of the functional languages. You know, it's like Haskell, it's kind of like people go like, oh, okay, well, there's Pandoc. And it's like, okay, and what else? Do you know what I mean? No, it's definitely angle. I've never seen flowy hair before. Legit impossible to have flow without the angle. Oh, interesting. I don't know. For what's worth, though, I am going to put my hair half up because I'm going to have headphones on. And, you know. The lack of things in functional languages is a hint. I do think learning functional languages is more so from like it's more so for just learning, you know? It's like strictly learning of like, hey, what's a different way that we can solve this problem that might help you like wrap your head around and or understand other problem solutions, whatever, in the future. But I just don't want to tired of jumping around a little bit, you know? Also, I feel like Rust is just it's just like, it feels like it's a good skill to have in the current job market. I actually might tie my hair instead of doing this clip. One sec. All right. Hopefully that is more comfy to me. Yeah, I'll put the hair on this side. Yeah, I feel like Rust also, it's just a really transferable skill. Like if/when I eventually go back into the dev market, it'd be very handy to know. I feel like there are just like so many code bases nowadays. Like a lot of new greenfield projects are being written in Rust. And that's not to say that Go isn't, the same, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, well, it is, again, nice to have a change of scenery every once in a while. Red Hot, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I might actually have to move you all over here so that I can look at the camera more easily when I talk to you. So we can make eye contact and make you uncomfortable. Yeah, Red Hot, thank you so much for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And the guy, thank you for the 3 months at tier 1. I really appreciate that. Abu, thank you for the 3 months. Birdie, thank you for the Prime. I also appreciate that for 3 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. And Rio, who subbed while I wasn't even live, thank you for the Prime. And Mark, thank you for the Prime as well. Forsun, thank you for the 10 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Very kind. And Porges, thank you very much for the tier 1. Wow, wow. Y'all so generous. Yeah, I hope you've been well. I've been good. I'm ready to lock in. Rust just yells at you before you shoot your left foot. It still lets you shoot your right foot. You're standing on the rope bridge from Temple of Doom. I don't know what I said, to be honest. I think I said if/when I go back to the dev scene is my guess, or of like a full-time employment. I mean, I guess it would basically just be if I work a job for a larger company versus continue on the contract route, because I feel like if you're doing contract work, I feel like you could pretty much do that in any language. However, again, how many companies are using the language, I suppose. Sorry, I'm out of practice. Okay, I'm smacking the mic or I'm always like this. Contracting you can do in no language at all. Contracting is very difficult. Even if you have like a really established network, I feel like there's just a level of unpredictability with it that is inherently stressful. But again, that is the sacrifice you make for full freedom. I was always afraid of going contract. It's interesting. It's been an interesting pivot. Like obviously right now I'm actually using I'm doing like contract, like content contract, you know what I mean? So it's a little bit different, but it's the same nature where it's like, you're having to kind of work with clients and stuff and like build out those deals and all of that. And it's just like that. I don't know, that level of unpredictability is interesting. Because I did contract work before. I did contract work before Charm, but it was basically, I was pretty much just like an employee that they didn't want to give benefits to, you know, like it was like very long term, whatever. Yeah, especially in the current market, it's just kind of a weird space. But it does make me wonder, though. I feel like there's so many developers out there that just like actually genuinely love coding. And there are so many companies that are giving less and less opportunities to developers to code that I'm like, where are all of the, and like layoffs happening and stuff. I'm like, where are all these developers going to go? I feel like I'm seeing so many people that are just like, hey, I'm just going to do my own thing and build my own product. I would love to be able to facilitate that at one point. I'm making no promises, but like, man, I think it'd be very cool to be able to have a golden idea. No, I'm just kidding. It'd be very cool to be able to like, I don't know, just like support developers doing what make them happy. I think it's nice. Oh, damn. I thought contract to not give full-time benefits was something people do to us from Latin America. No, it happens in Canada too. For sure. Do you do any embedded work? I have not done any embedded work, no. Rust is awesome. Absolutely learn lots more about programming than Rust when learning it. It's very funny because I've heard people be like, "Oh, Rust is such a secure programming language." And I'm like, what does that even mean? Because it's like in general, it's like the language itself is not what's inherently secure about the software you write. It's like the design, the choices you make when writing that software are either secure or not. But like, as I'm learning Rust, I'm like, okay, this is why they're saying that it's like a secure programming language, is just because it has like a lot of very opinionated guardrails to prevent you from like, to make you make good choices, which I think is a good thing. I think we need more guardrails. I think we need to keep the training wheels on forever. Like, from what I've heard and from what when I looked at Ruby, I was like, man, this feels like a nightmare. Let me just like rewrite the language. You know, it's like, wow, with Ruby, you can basically just rewrite how it implements certain things, but like just for your program. And so you can basically like change what the standard library functions actually do. I'm like, this seems like a maintenance nightmare. I don't know. You can still shoot your foot with Rust. I think, you know, I don't think anyone can ever stop you from being dumb. And I think you can live out your dreams in any programming language. Don't worry. We'll test it. I'll field test it for you. Don't worry. Ruby is like the dark side, at least, of suffering and hate. I think I'm sitting sideways in my chair. Okay, there we go. What do I think about Java? Java is very verbose. I feel like it's fine. I don't know. It's something where it's like, it's a valuable skill to have if you're planning on potentially touching like legacy systems and stuff. There's a lot of older projects that are used at really large companies that are written in Java that need maintainers, you know? This angle ruled actually, is it actually good? Heck yeah. I can't even read. Okay, YouTube, you gotta, YouTube, come on. Okay, Kelly, how long have you been coding for and what language? I've been coding for a while. However, I feel like I get caught up on side quests. So I don't know if I've been streaming coding for 5 years. And I got back into it got back into it a few years before that. So it's been a while, but I get sidetracked. I'm going to be honest. I have a lot of interests where, while I feel like somebody, if they've been coding for that same amount of time, but they were just coding full locked in, that'd be one thing. But I've gone on a lot of side quests. And I have a lot of like I have a lot of skills outside of programming that I built during that time because I was curious about it. So I hope that answers your question. I still like the chair. Do you still have to say good things because of sponsors? I'm not in any kind of contract with them. So it was, I mean, really even I guess in the video, I guess you're supposed to, but like I would have just returned it if I didn't like it. It actually is everything that I said in that video, 100% stand by it. I love this chair. If I didn't love it, again, either like would have returned it, or I have like a secondary setup where my old chair is, and I would just be using that until I found a different chair. I genuinely, it has like made my setup so much more comfortable. I really love it. New setup? Why haven't you gone on Twitch? What do you mean? I'm on Twitch. What do you mean? Oh, wait, Nightbot, you're out of date. Lol. Hold on. I have to figure out Nightbot. I gotta fix him. Did you land the Costco deal? Dude, let me know. I need to get in touch with Costco. Do you think if I hang around in the food courts long enough, the CEO will spawn in? I've seen him. I now follow, so I don't really use Instagram, but I found out that Costco has an Instagram, and so I go to Instagram and I check Costco's account, and I saw their CEO was there we go. Okay. Okay. I saw their CEO eats their $1.50 hot dogs, and I was like, you know what? Proud of him. So good. Is getting a degree for programming worth it, or should I just create a portfolio? This is, yeah. Can someone who's done any hiring in the last, like, especially in the last like 2 years, chime in? Because I don't know. I think it depends on where you want to work. If you want to work and be based in the US, you probably need a degree. I feel like a super unconventional path into programming, so I don't know if I'm the best person to answer this. I can't believe I'm Twitch chatting while cursor hallucinates my code. You know what's very funny? I actually wonder if like programming live streams are like the chats are going to be like more and more active because now people are vibe coding. It's hard to say because I do think I think degrees in general, they can give you so much good structure and great networking opportunities and availability to like it gives you access to like a whole other pool of like people and resources and all of that I think can be really, really valuable. But I think it kind of depends on like what your situation is potentially while you're in school, because like some people don't really get to leverage those resources as much if they have a lot of stuff going on. Like if you're putting yourself through school and it's a bit of a different dynamic there. I don't know, guys. As a third culture kid that moves around, having a degree is part of that work visa requirement. Yeah, like it kind of depends on where you want to live, I think. And yeah. It's very... Okay, Hinsey says you need the degree, but the degree is not an indicator of your skills, so it's not worth what you think it's worth, but you still need it IMO. That being said, a portfolio is more important at the end of the day. You need both. If you only had one, it would be portfolio. Anyone disagree? Okay, Red Hot Vengeance is saying, I think having a degree in anything is worthwhile, but I don't look specifically for a comp sci degree for a developer hire. Yeah, I mean, I've seen or heard that a lot as well. Degree's good. I don't care what people say, but in my country, university is free. So that's nice. That's sick. That is sick. When you're looking for through remote projects, what platforms do you usually apply through? I feel like that's more a question to chat because I feel like I've had a very weird transition into tech, you know, or like into software specifically, I think. For what it's worth though, I started my career in tech, doing like mostly IT stuff in which like did require some programming stuff. Like I was able to do quite a bit of like scripting and smaller like I got some gigs, some like basically junior software gigs through those connections and stuff, but that was in like fields that were not just like in the software space, you know? Like there's a lot of job opportunities in tech outside of just software. Outside of just software companies. Sorry, I keep bonking the mic and stuff. My bad. Plenty of people don't have a degree, but you guys without degrees have to keep in mind when and where you broke in the first place. Yeah. Yeah, I think it very much depends. Like when I decided to stop pursuing my degree, it was because I was already getting job opportunities in the field. And I had like equivalent, or like I had almost equivalent work experience to the degree requirement for a visa. So I was like, okay, maybe now's the time. But it was one of those things where I feel like for a long time, I was like, oh, should I go back? Should I go back? And I don't really have that thought anymore, but you know. What did Charm CLI do in detail? Can you explain? Like their products and stuff? You can check it out on their website. Charm.land. A degree can be a foot in the door. The reality is it's harder than it used to be to get junior roles. Yeah, that is part of what I think makes it hard for me to like super adamantly recommend anything. I do think that like university gave me a lot of really good, like university is definitely like where I learned to learn. You know, I learned how I learn effectively and how to study and stuff like that. I did not learn that in high school. I think that it can give you a really, really strong foundation, and it can introduce you to a lot of topics that help you down the line in your career. But I think that tech is interesting though, because it is kind of one of those career paths where like you have to keep learning regardless. So like you are still going to have to like read textbooks even as a working professional and stuff like that, you know? My one question sparked a lot of conversation. Yeah, for real. Big fan of this camera angle switch up. Let's go. Okay, I'm glad. Because it's fun. It's a little bit different. Okay, Bog says, I'm of the same opinion. Uni is where you learn to learn because you will keep doing it all of your life if you work on this. Yeah, I think some people really need the structure, and I think some people really don't need the structure. Hi, Gingerbread. Hi, Bash. Hi, chat. What are we working on today? We are just going to do some studying. I have to learn Rust. We continue the Rust journey. I'm not going to share my screen because I didn't organize OBS well enough to do that. To be honest, I was like, oh right, I'm streaming today. Oops. So yeah. Sure, yeah, we're doing that. I'm going to do my bachelor's this year. Any advice? I'm 17. Ooh, I would say like okay, this is so hard to do, but try and like keep ahead. So don't treat lectures as the first time you're going to see the material. Read ahead for what is going to be spoken about during lecture, and use lecture as the time to kind of like cement some of those concepts and ideas into your head, and or while you're preparing for the lecture, write down any and all questions that come up. And then either you'll be able to answer those for yourself during the lecture as you understand the concepts more, and or you can ask the teacher after. FFmpeg says ask the dumb questions. I never found that I could ask dumb questions in a big lecture hall. I feel like I could in a lab setting, but I think there was like one time I asked a question in the lecture hall and it was the most terrifying experience of my life. It's like worse than it was to me, felt worse than like a public speaking thing. Like I just asked a question and it was like the whole room of like 300 students were staring at me. And I was like you could hear a pin drop, you know? And I was like, I'm never doing this again. I am never going to do this again. The worst day of my life. Not to be dramatic, but that was the worst day of my life. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Shall we? Yeah, they were like, wow, she's so smart. Let me sit and ponder with that. We'll stay silent. No. All right, you guys, let's do a little Pomodoro sesh. We'll get into it. Let's go. Okay. If I have a streak here, it must be one stream a month on average. Listen. We are back to a regular stream schedule until at least June. So now's the time. We're locked in. Okay, you guys, let's focus, and I'm going to play some music, and hopefully it's not going to destroy your ears. I think I'm going to turn it down a tiny bit. Okay. Get ready. Okay, let me know if it's too loud. I hope it didn't destroy your ears. And then see you guys. Definitely. Okay, good. It worked. Too loud. Okay. Is that better? I did listen to it earlier and it seemed fine. What? Okay. Perfect. All right, you guys, I'll see you in a little bit. Let me know if it's still too loud. Only definitely left ear. Is it only one? Okay. Okay, bye. Hello? We're back. Uh-oh, I can hear myself. I was listening to music with you. Yippee! Okay, let me start we'll take a break. 10 minutes. 10 minutes we chat. How was it? How was the focus session? I got a lot done. TBH. Nuno, thank you so much for the raid, by the way. Thank you, thank you. I hope you got a shout out. Colton, thank you as well for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh, you guys were out here with the hype train. That's crazy. Whoa! What the heck? Okay, wait, I missed a bunch of these. I think I was at 4cent. Thank you for the 6 months. Thank you, thank you. Porges, thank you for the tier 1. Taro. Thank you for the prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Barackson, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, thank you. The guy, thank you for the 1 bit. Rads, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, thank you. Nil Pointer, thank you for the 4 months. And Max out here with a 3 stream streak. That's very. If I have a streak here, it must be a 1 month stream, a 1 stream per month average. I can't read today. It's fine. I used it all on the lesson. Some of you were wondering what I'm using to learn Rust, by the way. I am actually checking out RustRover. The RustRover IDE has a JetBrains Academy add-on where you can learn different programming languages. You can do it with I think any of their IDEs. They have an add-on for that. Doesn't cost any money. I'm in a trial period for it, so I think I've got 6 days to wrap it up. But that's what I'm using, and it's been nice because I think my main gripe, I like reading to learn. I like reading. I like coming up with questions along the way, whatever. I feel like it's doing a really good job at giving me an in-depth explanation on the features in Rust. And it's also giving me actual examples along the way and interactive tasks that you have to do, which is really nice. So I've been really enjoying that. Evening, thank you for the 7 months. Lithium, thank you for 18. Ransom, thank you for 7. Actually huge. Thanks, you guys. Thank you, thank you. Using LLMs to learn is also cool. IG. What is IG? It's good, maybe. So I'm probably going to have more, I guess. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I guess. Okay. What are you guessing, chat? No, just kidding. I'm goofy. Yeah, so I'll probably start tying that in once I'm actually building something. I will probably be asking it different questions, bouncing ideas. I think for me, one thing that can be really challenging during greenfield project development is kind of okay, I have this idea of what I want to do, but I don't have the experience to break that down. You know what I mean? I'm probably going to be touching a lot of technical parts that I haven't really had to deal with in that kind of system. You know what I mean? So I'll ask it questions about that. Probably an indicator that I should also be reading a systems design book or something like that. But again, I think that so much of it just comes with experience. Sometimes you just gotta find out, you know? Did you break up with Doom Emacs? I saw you removed that. Where did I remove that? Hello? Did I remove that from somewhere? No, I still love Doom Emacs. I have to get it set up to use Rust. But I was curious about RustRover because I'd heard really good things. I think I think in other editors, like in NeoVim Emacs, you're using Rust Analyzer, I believe, as your language server. And I think there's something additional that's proprietary, I believe, for RustRover for completions and suggestions and stuff like that people were saying was really good. I did talk about this in a video that I posted recently. Kind of in the latter half of this video, I kind of go more into it because there was like a someone's like specific comment. But I think I recall that from my friend. I want to say my friend Donut mentioned it at one point, who's like big Rustation. Why are you learning Rust? I feel like it's just a very relevant language right now. It's going to continue to have a place in corporate environments for the foreseeable future. It seems like a very well-designed language, and I really like a lot of the ecosystem of like existing projects that exist in that language. I find that very inspiring. I think that's one thing that I found kind of like demotivating with some of the functional languages that I was looking at, is that I was like, okay, I'm having fun writing this project, but I feel like there isn't that much that I can reference that are like really cool, like up-to-date open source projects, versus, oops, sorry, I'm kicking you. We're playing footsie. I'm playing footsie with the tripod. I feel like there aren't as many kind of projects like that in other languages. So it's kind of more so from like I know that this is going to continue to be a relevant skill, just in general in the job market, in software development. And I really like there's a lot of really cool Rust projects out there that I want to learn from. Yeah. Existing projects that existing. Did I just say that? Yeah. JetBrains IDEs are superior. I'll die on that hill, says Jared. Yeah, JetBrains IDEs are very good. Heck yeah. It's very true. Where did I just put my timer? Hello? Kitty? Okay. Yeah. So I just kind of wanted like a little bit of a change of scenery. I've been doing Go stuff only for the last little while, and I'm like, okay, let's change it up a little bit. And you guys kind of know that because I have been like experimenting with different languages for the last little while. However, I will say I don't think I gave them the full attention and everything that they deserved when I tried other languages. So it's definitely not like I'm never going to learn this language again. Been there, tried it, didn't like it, whatever. It's more so just like at that time, I didn't have as much attention to be able to give to that kind of thing. And now I do. So I'm doing it. And I've decided Rust because, yeah, again, such a fun playground of projects to poke at. So, yeah. I've been using Kiro CLI lately. I rarely open my IDE anymore. What does that mean? What is this NASA Artemis 2 badge? Oh, it's Twitch users who watch NASA's Artemis 2 mission around the moon. That is very funny because I was like, does William work at NASA? And they flexing that on Twitch? They're programming spaceships with Kiro CLI? Is that safe? I'm assuming that's some kind of agentic thing, right? I don't know. You know what? I'll say it. I like coding. I like the act of struggling, even if it means it takes longer. Fun playground of projects such as, hold on. Let me see if I don't know if I've properly organized my stars for Rust projects, but I usually have, okay, I only have 2 repos that I've starred. Usually I do. Usually I have more organized, but I think I've got a bunch of different, a lot of these. Okay, Go. I don't know. There's a lot of cool. I'll have to kind of aggregate them a little bit better. Man, okay, Elixir is something I would love to try at one point. I would love to try it. There's that, but there's like 2. I'm watching it too. Do I have it? No, you don't work at NASA, according to Twitch. No. Some come with experience, but reading some good books is actually helping them. So I agree. So I think what I'm going to do, so obviously right now I'm kind of like, okay, wait, okay. So obviously right now I'm kind of like dialed in on like, okay, let me finish this kind of course, more structured course thing this week is the goal. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep Mondays, ideally, in an ideal world, I keep Mondays as like during stream, I'm going to read, it'll be like reading, study, whatever, to kind of help my journey. And then we'll do the coding streams as well. And then I'll also be coding off stream. That's the plan. Yeah. What was the book I was reading recently? I used it in a thumbnail. I think it was just writing, or The Art of Readable Code or something like that. That was kind of fun. It was like a very light read, you know? Kind of nice. Can we send you an Ergo keycap set? You can email my business email on my YouTube channel if you want to reach out. But yeah, so I think it would be fun if collectively, I know y'all are employed, so this is a little different. But I mean, I've got such a long backlog of books, and then I've also got the 2 that I mentioned. I want to get read the Algos book and other stuff. But that would be fun for us to do that on Mondays. And then we can apply and do the more practical stuff on Wednesday, Thursdays. But that's the plan. All right, you guys. I think I did email you. I'll double check and ping again if needed. Okay, yeah, just follow up because sometimes I'd be drowning a little bit in my inbox. All right, Chatterooskies. Are we ready to focus again? So we're going to focus another 50 minutes and then we're going to circle back. Yeah, I write physical notes. It helps me a lot. I'm a very visual learner though. So I need to be able to draw things out and stuff. And I will remember what that looks like. I'll remember that drawing. But if it's all so there's something about sometimes just having things only digital where I'm it's in the void. It doesn't, my brain is it doesn't exist in the real world. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I like being able to draw things out and structure my notes in a way that is a little bit chaotic. Are we ready? Okay, I'm gonna start the music a little bit lower. I don't want to kill your ears. All right. We'll do another 50-10 and I will start the timer. Yeah. I remember my scribbles visually in my head. I can't remember a type note on a screen. Yeah, 100% Nano. We're the same. Okay. Let's play the music. Cue the music, DJ. All right. Music has stopped. It's game over. It's time for break. I will put the timer on. Okie dokie. Now we can talk forever. Yippee. When coding? Wednesday, Thursday. I was on a good run. I'm sorry, Max. For what it's worth, I do actually have a playlist that you can listen to now. I put together all of my favorite classical pieces. Oh yeah, I gotta close that broken chat. Yeah, sorry YouTube if I missed your messages last break. The chat that I had popped out for YouTube live chat like glitched out, was not showing any new messages. So I was like, okay, I guess nobody's chatting over there. Why Rust? I'll cover that in a video because a lot of people are asking about it today. So I'll cover that a little bit more fully in a video because I don't want to eat up all the time for like saying the same stuff every break. But basically, I think it's good for career at the moment. Very relevant language in the dev space, software space. And a lot of cool projects are written in Rust that I'd be interested to learn from. That's that. I did see on YouTube, I'm not a big classical fan, but so far it's been nice on the stream. Yeah, I personally find I love classical music. Classical or lo-fi while working is really nice. I just sometimes get sick of lo-fi because a lot of it sounds kind of the same. And I find I'm really enjoying classical right now because I feel like there are like some, like you've probably noticed this from even my mix, is I'll have some that are a little bit more low-key, a little bit more almost you could fall asleep to. And then I'll follow it up with like something that's a little bit more of like a fast-paced, higher energy composition. And I think it's really nice because then it feels like I kind of get, my brain will have those moments where like during the faster paced classical, I'm like, okay, let's lock in. Let's get the work done. Blah, blah, blah. And then I get to slow down. Brain gets to chill a little bit after that. It's nice. What am I planning to do in the future? Oh, what do you mean? How far in the future? Are you talking, what kind of time frame are we talking? Okay, Indigo says, low-key projecting my own issues on the stream, but maybe you have advice as someone who seems to find fulfillment in learning alone. I love learning, yeah. I think I've red-pilled myself on needing Slack emojis / congratulations as motivation to do things. And I think I might have created a toxic situation. Like needing external validation kind of for motivation to like be consistent and or learn new things or whatever. Is that what you mean, Indigo? I mean, like, let's see. I personally, I feel like I try to just be like, I try to encourage myself to be curious about everything and then lean into that. And then that is how I, like, even with Rust, I'm just like, how does this thing work? Why is everyone so excited about it? There are so many, I keep saying there are so many cool projects. There's so many that I haven't starred, so I'll have to star them so that I can share them with you. But there are some really cool concepts and projects that I've seen written in Rust. A lot of my friends are like avid Rustaceans. Part of why I always mock Rust users. Okay, it's personal. So I personally, it's like I try to ask myself all those questions to like keep myself curious, and I find that once I'm curious about something, it's like really easy for me to like lock in on it and be like, I have to know the answers to those things. You know, I do find that when you look for external validation, I think it's a very dangerous place to fall, only because it then puts your happiness and self-worth and everything in the power of others, when, you know, that is kind of like I feel like the least fulfilled you could feel in life is when you allow others to have that kind of level of power in your life. At the end of the day, someone else's motivations for doing something will differ from yours. And I think it's important to think, why do I do these things? Why do I want to put myself through hard things? Why do I want to be successful in my career? Why do I not want to be successful in my career and just be able to coast? Like what level, like everyone wants a different lifestyle. Some people do want the like grind set mindset. Let me challenge myself every day. Let me do all these things and like, you know, have it going on holidays, all of that, not so important to me. Some people want more of a balance. Some people want like, I want to do the bare minimum, make money I need to, and then go hang out with friends, hang out with family, you know? I think you might be somebody who would benefit from looking into stoicism. If you are like, this is something that I kind of read about a little bit years ago that helped me a lot with kind of like reframing my mindset. And I feel like it put in words a lot of the times where I had felt my happiest were in moments or in like periods of my time of my life where I felt like I was able to be of service to others. And I found that is a big motivator for me personally. And I think that Stoicism does a really good job at kind of breaking down some of like the philosophy behind like why challenge is something that is inherently good for us, and how you can find like fulfillment in your life from your own actions and what's within your control, instead of trying to seek that from external pressures. And I think it can also just kind of help ground you a little bit as well, because like if you're somebody where you're looking for external validation, you're also going to make a lot of decisions in your life that can lead you to a really dangerous place. Like I know a lot of people go into debt just to like make it look like they have, you know, they've got like the nicest designer stuff, and they've got like, oh, I'm going on holiday like all the time and all this stuff, you know? And I think it's really easy to kind of like feel pressured into kind of ticking off all of those boxes. So I would say look into Stoicism. I think that there are a lot of really good practices there. Yeah. Is she even reading YouTube chat? Yes. Hello. I just avoid reading chat while I'm in the middle of a tangent, because otherwise I will forget what I was saying. I've learned the lesson. Shoddy, stop yapping. Tell me if you utilize AI in your workflows, because I do. It made me mad money, not gonna lie. Oh my, Hugh, wait. You rich? You sound so smart. Can you tell me more? I had to. Can you tell me more about your AI mad money? Testy, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Wraith says, I want the Gavin's lifestyle. Give me a super yacht. A few, what is a frigate? What is that? And 2 subs all got escort ships on the 7 seas. Oh. Yeah, wait, you guys, did you know you could use AI for mad money? That's huge. You know what? You're right. Okay, and Phantasmo says the problem is that so many people did not read that right. The problem is that it's so easy to rely on external motivation, and also people want to feel part of something greater than themselves. I agree. I do think that personally, I've found that a huge motivator for me in like wanting to continue to push myself is the more that I know and the more value that I can bring, the more opportunity that gives me to be able to be like, to help people I care about, to help other people that I want to uplift. Like, it just gives you more potential to work with, which I just think is like, I don't know. you have if you are skilled, like you have the ability to share that information and make that easier for people. Like literally the part of the reason why I do the content stuff is like my goal for all of it is that like you're watching a video, you're watching a stream, that you feel like motivated and like comforted and like I'm not in this alone. Like we're all it's like part of why it's like, okay, yeah, sure. Like I do typos and I mess up on stream and I do all this stuff, but like I also try to, continue growing and like push beyond that regardless. And I hope that also just gives you comfort in like, hey, I'm not the only one struggling with a problem today. And we're going to overcome this and keep moving forward. And I just want people to like feel excited about what they're working on and inspired. And that is the goal. And like, if I have a platform where I can do that, and I try to use my platform as well to like amplify open source, because I do feel like it is very altruistic. A lot of what people are doing in the open source space, where they are maintainers for some pretty critical projects. And I feel like they don't really get the recognition and respect and gratitude that they deserve for all of the work that they put in, because so many of these maintainers are doing this outside of their 9 to 5 and or like basically living like possibly like bordering poverty line, and even with their skill set, and or like, struggling financially, because it is very hard to get these things monetized. That like, I mean, I would love to just keep trying to support open source maintainers in whatever way I can. Like what I'm trying to do right now is basically at the end of every quarter is like sponsor some projects. And I'm hoping that like, the more I have to give, the more I can give. And if I can use my platform even to like amplify their messaging and get more eyes on their projects and stuff like that, like I will do so. So, yeah. Dude, YouTube chat was so weird. Funky fresh. Bum, bum, bum. Hi, Snail. Hello. Bunny busting out the riz. I felt that. Hee. Me trolling the AI chads. Am I an AI creation? I am not. No. Oh my gosh. Sorry guys. I didn't realize I was so behind on chat. I'm trying to find, for some reason I thought it was auto scrolling before, and I was like, oh, nobody has anything to say, but, instead I just missed all of the chat. All right. I'll catch up on a few messages and then played any Unite lately. Okay. Denzel, I need to find your friend request. Did you see my earlier question? I have not actually been playing very much Unite. However, I have started playing Unite. Okay, guys, life hack. Hear me out. I'm gonna make you do the worst thing ever, which is basically install Pokemon League of Legends version, or League of Legends Pokemon. They have it on mobile, and it's actually pretty good. Pokemon Unite. Okay, they're 10-minute games. You play that while you're doing cardio. You're gonna be in the best shape of your life. Game changing. I've never tolerated 30 minutes of cardio. It is unreal. I'm more salty or less salty than League? I think definitely less. It is for children. Like you're just stomping on kids, to be honest. Wait, Pokemon Unite? Yeah. I said it. Are you just running around sidewalks with your face in your phone? No, wait, that's Pokemon Go. Okay, that's different. But yes. But yes. Ready. Okay, I think we caught up. First time I catch the stream. Let's go. Okay, nerfed Everyone, we are doing coding streams also Wednesday, Thursday. You can check my YouTube announcement for like the times, okay? And or join the Discord. It'll show in your local time. Hold on. I'll link the little announcement post, but we are streaming consistently until at least June. All right. The main thing that kills my stream streaks is that I travel. I'm sorry. Sorry for being well traveled. God, freaking on my back. Okay. I just know for sure that I have no travel plans until at least June. So we're good. We're locked in. But yeah, we should focus again. Alrighty? Internet, you're right. I appreciate these types of streams. Okay, good. So yeah, I think this is a really good opportunity, these streams. I know that Mondays, you guys are probably like employed or something, but I think Mondays would be really nice for like reading. You read, you learn new things, and then Wednesday, Thursday, we apply what we've been learning. It's the vibe. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna turn the music back on. I'm gonna turn it down even more because I'm worried about deafening you. Okay. Goodbye. Goodbye forever. Oh, I should thank the subs. Sorry. Odds, thank you very much for the 2 months. Test, thank you for the 2 months. Zanus, thank you for the clips. I appreciate that. Denzel, thank you for 11 months. Klutz, thank you for the prime. Nano, thank you for 3 months. Ransom, thank you for 7 months. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's focus. Be warned, I'm tuning the music slightly up. I forgot my mic was on, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll be honest. I need a better transition away from the music. I'll be so real. It's a little bit stark. The dog just came in here and farted and then left. Hee. Yes, I'm making good progress. I'm almost through, let's see. I am almost halfway. Why can't we see the source code? It's Monday. That's why. It's Monday. Yeah, I gotta see if I can add audio transitions to OBS. Hey, how are you? Is everything going okay? Maybe learning Rust is just super hard. What? Hello? Do I look angry while I'm learning? Is that why you're asking? Hello. It's Monday. So we only get to watch the face, not what she's actually learning. You guys, I literally just posted a video yesterday with the exact thing that I'm doing today. Like, it is this same thing, but in a 30-minute format instead of a whole long live stream. I'll link it. Oh wait, actually I can. It's just playlist. Because y'all have been asking for a classical music playlist that I've been listening to. So I made a video with for the classical music so that you can just like listen to it while you're working. Okay, problem solved. But things are going good. I'm at the common collections segment. So I'm just finishing up the strings chapter. Next up, I'll have hash maps and options, and which is nice. Looks like it's mostly tasks. Oh no, it's not. But it looks pretty small, the hash maps one. The string one was pretty long. The vectors one was quite long. The modules one was huge. And then after that, we're gonna get into error handling, and then generics and stuff, and then writing automated tests, and then standard library types, and then fearless concurrency and macros. Where are you learning Rust? So I did also update that in my playlist thing, but I'm actually using JetBrains Academy. Not sponsored, okay? I'm using their Learn Rust thing because I heard good things about it. I heard like it's a good interactive option for learning a new programming language. So I was like, okay, let me try it out. I heard good things about RustRover in general. So I was like, let me try out the JetBrains Academy. So it's kind of nice because it's basically broken down the book like that's on the Rust website. It's basically turned that into like a course format, which is nice because it'll pretty much like walk you through bite-sized pieces from the book. And then it'll get you to like apply that with some tasks. So it's nice. Have you gotten into ownership and borrow checker? That's a real head scratcher. Yeah, I did that one. That was like the third chapter of this one. And I'm on the third like section. Honestly, I think they do a really good job of explaining it. Cause I think, for ownership, it's basically, they would explain something new and then have you apply it right away. Yeah. It was very interactive. I think that's part of what has made ownership to me so far make a lot of sense. Like, we'll see once I start like messing with it. I do find it super weird. So like during the strings chapter that I just did, if you use like the add operand for two strings, so obviously like Rust has two different kinds of string types, but it doesn't really matter because it'll coerce the types into, like, if it's a type string, it'll coerce it into an array of like a string literal to make it be able to be used with the add operand, but it's weird because if you use that, it actually will take the first argument that you provide to that function, it'll take ownership of that so you can no longer reference it. So basically whatever so like if you do like S3 is equal, like string 3 is equal to string 1 plus string 2, the way that they designed it is that basically string 3 is now string 1 and then copies whatever is in string 2. So interesting. Having not done Rust, is ownership and borrow checker a head scratcher for those not used to manual memory management, or to those folks too? I think what's weird about ownership, I think what's weird about ownership is it's basically just really strict about the scope in which things exist. So I think if you're used to like manual memory management, like I did a couple courses for like a few courses for like C and C++. So when I did my C ones, I remember having to do like allocating memory and stuff. But like in this case, I'm just like, oh, this is basically what I should, like if I was doing like manual memory management, this is when I would probably, like this seems like the best practice of when I would be deallocating that memory anyway. So I didn't think it was like, to me when I was reading through it, I was like, okay, yeah, like on it, like fair, you know, they thought through the design of this. Makes sense. But I think that there are going to be some different things that come up where it's like a weird transfer of ownership, because it's there's very little copying, which I also see of like why that makes sense. Like if you kind of like do it with a syntax that in most languages will copy the value over to a new variable, in Rust, it won't do that. It basically will transfer ownership to that new variable. When I say variable, it's like not mutable by default. But it will transfer the ownership, and then you can no longer reference that thing, and it like frees it. Yeah, it's kind of a whole thing, but it's one of, I think it'll just take practice getting used to. But I think that honestly, it must have done a good job at explaining it, because I didn't find it too crazy, but we'll see. Yeah, you have to think about ownership in C and C++ too. It's just less explicit. Yeah, like I think what I'm liking about ownership in Rust, I mean, obviously haven't built anything full-fledged yet, but it's like it's done at compile time. So you get feedback right away. You don't have to like run it and then have it like segfault, you know? From what I hear, it's not the memory management to look out for, but the async. Yeah, I think I'm getting into concurrency as like one of the last chapters in this thing. I mean, honestly, with how I was going to say with lifetimes and stuff, I could see how that could be confusing. Oh, here, maybe I should do a Rust command or something. But I'm currently doing JetBrains Academy learn Rust thing. I was just trying that out because it's like very interactive, and I was curious about it, and it's been honestly great. As somebody who really likes books, I think it's like a good happy medium where I feel like I'm getting the depth that I would get if I was just reading the Rust book. But I really like how like the entire time you're seeing half the screen is like it basically introducing you to this new concept, like pretty much word for word copied from the book. And then on the left is like all the relevant code for that. So you can see an actual example of what they're talking about in practice, which I think is like the hard part when you're trying to learn something new. It's like, okay, but I understand in theory, I get it, but show me the code and I might be lost, you know? And they have a lot of like interactive tasks and stuff too, which is pretty dope. Okay, sewing says, oh wait, I should move you so that it looks like I'm talking closer to the camera. Sorry, Roman, I don't know if I'm understanding the question you're asking. Memory management in modern C++ is pretty straightforward with smart pointers, thread safety. Usually ends up making it trickier. Yeah, I think it was just really C. I think the reason that C++ even comes to mind when I'm thinking like memory management anything is I think because it was in my C++ class that my teacher was like very strict about making sure that we understood like the difference between the stack and the heap and like different memory management concepts that were happening under the hood in C++. So I think that's why it comes to mind, but you know. I do think that was our last Pomodoro for today, but we can chat for a little bit before I end stream. I like books too. I really like putting them on my shelf and watching them collect dust. Well, hey, hopefully these Mondays can be times where other people can like read alongside me. I think that that's what I'm going to continue to try to do. So right now, obviously I'm kind of doing like the whole Learn Rust like book/course thing on Mondays. Actually, this whole week is pretty much going to be like this. I'll just be showing it on Wednesday and Thursday. Hopefully next week we'll start to build some stuff. But I think Mondays I'm going to continue to just allocate to time dedicated to reading books because I do really want to read more tech books this year. And I have a great reading list from that I was yoinking from my previous coworkers and stuff and friends. But I think that's what Mondays are going to be dedicated to for me. And then people will be like, why isn't she sharing screen? And it's like, well, I'm reading a book. What time do you usually start streaming on Mondays? So I just posted my schedule on YouTube and on Discord and stuff and Twitter. I think I tried to post it. I wish that there was somewhere to like update Twitch followers for like anything, you know? But I use the YouTube community posts feature quite a bit. And that is where I first posted it. Is this thing be good? Okay, here. Do you have a background in math? I feel like there's a massive overlap between math, philosophy, and Rust. A CS degree is just a math degree. TBH. I feel like I did so much freaking math in my degree. You wanna talk about a programming language that has overlap between math and that is like all math is freaking Haskell. Haskell functional programming goes crazy. Well, because Haskell is also like pure functional. Haskell. Yeah, I don't know about philosophy though. I've seen a lot of Twitch streamers use their bio or about section for schedule. You know what? You're kind of right, Derp. I think you are right. Yeah, it doesn't really solve the notification portion, but I should actually add that. You know what? You're so smart. I'm going to do that right now because I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget. Okay. It's so funny. I don't know why. I like something about me. I get like nervous on stream or something, and I just like, I can't type. I don't know what happens. You guys can't even see me typing, and I'm like, can't do it. Not today. Any other time, fine. Do you guys like hearing my the keyboard typing and like writing and stuff like that while I'm streaming? What keyboard is that? It looks very interesting. You can do exclamation mark keyboard. And it'll give you the whole all the details. Honestly, I did really like Elm. I think so. Elm versus Haskell, completely different ball game. Haskell is very like, you know how I was saying like Rust has guardrails? It is like Haskell is that kind of to the extreme. You can do things like one way, which is really nice. Like some people are going to take that, run with it. Yeah, Haskell is just very opinionated. And I find that it can make it kind of hard. I think that a functional, like maybe just to me, Elm felt very natural because I worked with bubble tea at work, which was inspired by the Elm architecture. Like that could be why. But I really liked it. I found it very straightforward, and I think it just like made a lot of sense. Haskell feels like magic when it works. So I know. It is very like, I feel like Haskell, what it does is it forces you to like really simplify your problem. You know? Like you know how people say like, oh, you got to break down your bigger problems into smaller problems? Like Haskell, you have to. It forces you to do that. That is the only way that you can implement things. I really like the new camp perspective. Yo, we're getting a lot of people saying that. So that's good. Huge win. Yeah, I'm also really, I think people are asking about how I'm liking the split keyboard. This one has been so much easier to get used to than my Dactyl Manuform, which is really, really nice. Okay, can I not drag these around? Hello? Okay. I'll have to figure out how to do that later. That is weird. I feel like they've made it harder to move things around. Move all the panels. Or it's just not working in my browser at the moment. Okay. Sick. It's okay. I didn't need that to work. I didn't need it. I didn't need it anyway. How does the keyboard feel? I really like the Gatoron raccoons. The Gatoron baby raccoons are the switches that I chose for it. It's really good. I think, I don't know, like some people are really opinionated about, they really like that their keyboard has like tenting and all of this other stuff. I don't like, maybe I'm too normie. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm missing anything with that. I like the music, but the typing can be a bit distracting. Okay. That is good to know. Have you considered a book club? I saw someone on X making one to study DB internals. I would love to. I think I can only be like so present or consistent with so many things at a time. I would love to, but I don't know that I could show up and like deliver consistently. Like sometimes I think the most consistent thing I can do is just show up and do it. You know? So like on Mondays, I know that I can show up on Mondays and like read the book. But it's like, what if I don't finish the whole chapter or like, whatever, that we've decided for book club? Like it would stress me out, I think, a little bit. But I think it'd be very cool if there are any like moderators or VIPs or like community members who want to like lead a book club that happens during the Monday streams or something. Let me know. I can give you perms in Discord I can make you a channel and stuff and talk about it and stuff. Okay, maybe we'll do a poll. I don't know if we'll do a poll just to see. I try to be as considerate as possible for the comfiness on stream, the comfy cozy vibes. Okay, so do we like keyboard, typing, and music? We'll do keyboard typing. Mouse clicking only. What? Okay, YouTube is kind of bugging out. TBH. Okay, why can't I start a poll? Rather. Oh. I see. Okay. Ignore the first option. I kind of messed up. Okay, listen. It auto added that. My bad. Okay. Poll. Okay, you have 2 minutes. You guys are trying to bet on the poll? This seems like insider trading. I don't know. The Keychron Q8HE slaps. I bought the mechanical version prior, but it was defective. I had to return. Yeah, their magnetic switch things are crazy. The Q8HE also very good. The build quality for their like premium keyboards is really insane. They're so heavy. Okay, I should give like a thorough review of this keyboard in probably like a dedicated video, TBH, but I'll give you a little snapshot right now because I can. So I say the big thing with this keyboard, this is the Keychron Q11 keyboard. Obviously the fact that it's split is awesome. It is incredibly easy to remap keys. Like it's a website that you go to and you can change around the key, the mappings, the layout, everything, which is great. You don't have to worry about breaking it. I like that you have the dials that you can configure. So I have one for brightness, I have one for volume, and then I've actually remapped my caps key to be escape. And then I have caps lock as like if I press down on one of the knobs. I would say I do miss that my other keyboard had the option for like Bluetooth and for Bluetooth connection and wired connection, which was really helpful for me because I switched back and forth between different machines quite a bit. And now I only have a wired connection on the Q11, which is less helpful for me. It was really nice being able to just like switch it over to generally my Mac would have the Bluetooth connection and the wired one would be my Linux machine. So it's not as good. Can we get music, keyboard, and amp? Sorry, that's what I meant is like music plus keyboard, ambient, whatever. Okay, it does look like the keyboard and music is winning by a lot. But yeah, so I'd say that's my biggest disappointment. It's just that I don't have all those options to switch between different devices built into the keyboard anymore. However, I'd imagine like because this is a wired keyboard only, that also means that there's no battery in it, I think. I should double check. But if there's no battery in it, then it means you could put it in your checked bag if you are traveling with your keyboard, which is sick. You should share your handwritten notes with us. I don't have a note-taking system, would love some inspiration. So I do actually have a video where I show these a little bit. I don't know how to like show it in a way that makes sense to others. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you just want photos of my notes? But then it's like, how many pages? How many pages do you want from me? For what it's worth, I do a lot of kind of like mind mapping kind of thing. Okay, wait, here. I do actually have a video where I break it down a little bit, and it's like a 2-minute video. Here. I have 3 midterms coming up this week. Let's start the studying. I'm sorry, you're late for stream. We're at the end of it now. There's the video. So that video is like the kind of stationery that I use, and then also how I take notes is like the latter half of that video, and I show some examples. But again, yeah, like, I mean, feel free, you can join the Discord. I do check in on the Discord. I do check in on the Discord, so like, you know, if you do have questions and stuff there too, you can let me know. But yeah, I don't really know what the best method would be to share these, but I'm happy to. Could be like in a YouTube post or something like that. But if you are looking to do some studying, yeah, again, Wednesday, Thursday this week, 12 p.m. Pacific, we'll be live again. All right, I'm going to end the poll because it's done on Twitch as well. Okay. Esquerdia says, I've gone back to paper too. What was your reason to not use an iPad and Apple Pencil? Don't know what it is. For whatever reason, there is part of my brain is like, if it's digital, it's like, oh, that doesn't exist. So I don't need to think about it. So it's like, it can be convenient for just like having notes on you. Like sometimes I'll actually use Freeform, that's like built into the Apple ecosystem. I have that on my iPad. And sometimes I'll use that when I'm doing like research for YouTube videos and stuff. And it'll let me, again, do my little like mind maps, but I'll be able to have links, which is really helpful. And I can kind of, like draw things out and like basically put on I do my notes in kind of a way where it's like, I can glance back at that and be like, okay, I got where I was at with this. But I find that I just don't absorb it or retain it the same way as when I do pen and paper. Don't know what it is. Yeah, there's something about it. But it helps to me. It like brings some level of interactivity to learning, which I think is really helpful, really important. Digital notes are so convenient, but they feel disembodied compared to physical notes. Yeah, I agree. I find like these days I don't necessarily like need digital notes because most of the time if I have a question where I'm trying to reference something, I don't end up referencing my digital notes as much. Even like my paper notes, they're kind of more of a fallback. So if I take a long break from Rust, if I look back at my paper notes, I'm like a very visual, which I think can hurt. I think can be very challenging for like programming and math and stuff. It's like I have to write it out and like see the numbers for me to be able to do math with it, you know? Like I'm very, very visual, but once I've like seen something, it will like click right away. I'll recognize that page. I'll remember exactly where I was, what I was doing when I wrote those notes. And so that can kind of like, I find that the physical notes are good for me for like getting back into it and getting back into like that headspace that I was in when I was learning it. Yeah, it's interesting. Do you know machine learning and AI? Absolutely not. Can you tell me about it? Tell me about it. Do you visualize things vividly? Oh yeah, for sure. I can get like the full details of like, a room that I was in, like full details, remember exactly where like little things, like even like little trinkets were. And like I'm really good at finding stuff generally. Cause I'll be like, oh, I remember, and like days later. Yeah. It's great, but at the same time, like I'm really bad at mental math. Like I'm really, really bad at mental math. Even though I think I'm decent at math. Like I've taken a lot of math courses. I've like studied a lot of math in my life, but like really, really bad at mental math. Sometimes I wonder if it's not because we had it trained into us from an early age for note taking in school. I mean, there's so much research to back that, like that something about, yeah, like the actual physical act of writing helps us retain information. So interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Mike. Does the Apple Pencil allow you to use the backside as an eraser? That made using tablets kind of weird for me compared to paper and pencil. No, it doesn't. How often do you go back to your notes, and are they any kind of aid to you after you wrote them down? So it kind of depends. I'll say usually if it's just like a syntax thing or like, me writing these notes for Rust, I think it'll depend on kind of like the depth of the problem. It's like if it is just me forgetting syntax, that's one thing. If it's me forgetting like how this underlying thing worked, then I might go back and reference it. Usually if I can get it from the documentation, then it's fine. I reference my notes for my own projects a lot though. Like so one habit that I do, and I started doing this when I was at Charm, especially when I was doing, especially like during the stretches where I was doing like a lot more development stuff, is at the end of every day, I would almost like journal my, like the work stuff that I did that day. Like it's like a brain dump of just like everything that I worked on, the decisions that I ended up making, where I got stuck, how I resolved it, whatever. Like I'll have notes on like what I had been working on, where I'm leaving the project off and stuff. And those I reference a lot because I'll basically use that as like, whenever you take a break, I think, or like step away from a project, even for any amount of time, I feel like you kind of lose context a little bit, or like lose your place of like, oh, where did I last end off? I'll typically like read that over before I get started again. And it like really allows me to jump right back into it and know exactly again where my headspace was and what I was thinking, if I was in the middle of a thought or anything like that. I saw your video about fonts and now I use the Terminus Nerd font. That's what I'm using right now. It's really good. Cal Newport talks about this. He calls it a shutdown routine. Cal Newport has so many good ideas. I think Cal Newport is like probably the best, the best productivity person out there. I found his books were very just like value and not fluff. That is the one thing that drives me insane when you read a book, is like when it's just like, this could have been a blog post, man. Don't do this to me. But I feel like Cal Newport introduces a lot of very unique ideas and gives you like real applications of how people do that and make it work. And then you can kind of pick and choose like what would work well for you. Yeah, but that makes sense. Documenting what you're doing is a great way to keep track of it. I used to take notes when I was studying, but I found that it makes my progress so much slower. I had to find a new learning method. So I don't take notes for the intention of I'm never going to see this information again, so I have to copy it down. My notes are more so if there are things that I think need to be emphasized, or things that I'm anticipating will cause problems for me in the future. Sometimes I'll look at it and I'll be like, I'm not going to remember that example later. And so I'll write down that example, and then I'll usually like point to that example and use that as a reference for like the rest of what it's explaining about this thing, of like, this part, like for example, I mean, like I can show you my little string page here. I need the mic at the same time. This is hard. So like with this page, for example, there's one part like here where I'm kind of like, you know, here's what's happening. The first string is has like an ownership crisis. And so here is the better solution. And then also like a little arrow being like, oh, it's easier to read and you don't have to worry about like the ownership and stuff like that. Yeah, like usually I'll write down kind of one example and then I'll be like, I'll like have little arrows. I'll have little arrows pointing from it that are like, here's why you'd use it. Here's some little attributes of like, oh, it's not mutable. Oh, it can cause problems. It'll panic. Whatever. But I don't know. I just find it helps my brain stay really on track. Because otherwise I find if I just read, it's too passive and I forget a lot of it. This is almost a way of like, I read it and then I try and summarize it in my own, like I'll kind of summarize in my own words and with like my own flair to it, almost as like a recall exercise throughout whatever I'm like reading or learning or whatever. And yeah, I find it really engaging. Would you say it mostly keeps you focused? Yeah, for sure. It keeps me focused and it keeps me like very honest with myself about how much I'm understanding it. Because I'm, again, not just copying and pasting what they're specifically saying, but kind of trying to put it into my own words and trying to be like, oh, so this would be good in this scenario or whatever. It makes it a lot more engaging. And also I find that my brain works very well if I can understand why. You know, if you're just like spitting facts at me, I'm just kind of like, okay, why do I care? But as soon as my brain starts to go into like, oh, how can I apply this? Why would I want to do this over this thing? And I start to like, if I emphasize those kinds of relationships with what I'm learning, it's so much more engaging for me and I'll remember it much better. Do you consider yourself more of a visual learner or a reader? Oh, so that's interesting. That's an interesting question, Lamine. So Lamine is asking, do you consider yourself more of a visual learner or a reader? Like, do you prefer reading books and articles or watching videos? So for me, I find videos are like, they feel too slow. Only because, like, not that I'm reading the same amount of content faster, but there's like part of my brain likes that it's like in control of the pacing for books and articles and stuff like that. Like I'll often skip parts if I'm like, oh yeah, this immediately makes sense to me. I don't need to go too in depth on this. I can just kind of like skim it, move on. Videos, I find it like forces a certain pacing on you that I can feel myself get frustrated with sometimes. But it depends. Yeah, exactly. Books are easier to index. Like it depends because it's for something like data structures and algorithms. So much of it is very like visualizing it can help a lot. And it can be small enough in scope that you can watch a video on it and it's not going to be like hours of lecture. I've done both. I think I'm kind of at the point where I prefer reading. I do think that earlier on in my dev journey, like when I was brand new programmer, I liked the kind of like white glove service that you get from reading, from watching videos or having video content because, it's a bit more, to me, it always feels a little bit more kind of like high level and I don't know. Like videos often can contain additional information you don't really care about or whatever, but as a beginner, you want to know all of that stuff. I find DSA especially hard for me without visual aids. Yeah, like I typically will basically like read through it in the book, try to draw it out, and then watch a short video on somebody who's like actually visualized it, made a little animation of it. Do you use AI for note-taking help? Why do I need it to help me take notes? It's a very interesting, I feel like I could use AI maybe if I was like, I feel like I mostly use AI to index large data sets, you know? Like I'll use AI to help me find something in like in a repo, for example. I'm like, oh, this is not familiar code base to me. Where is this specific thing? How do they do this? You know, where it's like I could aggregate all of that information for myself and figure it out, but it'll just take a lot longer. So I find it mostly useful for that kind of thing. I don't think that like it taking notes for me that then I'm going to reference that, like, then I have to study those notes. I don't know if I'd find that incredibly helpful. Like I find even in university, there was a very like human element to what you end up getting asked in exams. It's like, you can tell when the teacher kind of emphasizes certain things, and, or if you've pre-read what's going to, like the topics that are going to be discussed and the readings that you're going to get assigned from a lecture, if you read that in advance and you see kind of like, there's a lot in the readings, you know, there's a lot of content there, and they only get to like a subset of that in the lecture. And generally that is most of what you get asked. There's always going to be like an extra, you know, certain small percentage of the exam, maybe like 10% or something, that asks you questions about like the readings or like the things you're supposed to do outside of class. But I don't think that I would find it very helpful unless unless you have a different approach and I'm missing something. But on videos, you can play with speed, right? Yeah. But I feel like you just don't have the same level of control. But again, it depends on like what you're doing. Cause I'll often listen to audiobooks and I'm like, that seems completely counterintuitive to what I just said about not liking video, you know, about like not liking video, but like preferring written format. It's like, I like videos and audiobooks and stuff like that if I'm doing it as a more of a background thing. Because also your brain, your subconscious does such a good job as well of like processing the information that you encounter on a daily basis, that like I will still learn and retain things from audiobooks and videos and stuff like that I have playing on in the background. No problem. It won't be to the same like depth and intensity and it won't be to the same degree as if I'm like really heads on focusing on something, but the general themes I'll remember. Yeah. Gemini helped me fix a firmware problem in my NixOS. I would never have been able to find an index version of that otherwise. Yeah, 100%. It has been so helpful for any like dot file issues or whatever, where especially when you're like, where is this in the docs? Hi, Dalton. Hello. We are just wrapping up. We're not doing any more Pomodoros today. So we're just kind of chatting, wrapping up, talking about nerd stuff, you know, the usual. Sewing says, I really want to take a look at some purely functional and immutable data structures in Rust and see if they can be implemented in a memory sharing way, the way they would be in Haskell or Scala. There's some really interesting lectures about that kind of thing. Ooh, that does sound really interesting. Let me make sure too that my YouTube chat is dead, and I don't know if it's actually dead or if it's YouTube bugging out again. Okay. They just sleepy. They're sleepy. Do you use Notion in your workflow? No, not really. I'll use Notion sometimes for like video stuff, but more so just to have the like Kanban board of things I need to do and all the scripts and everything all in one place. But I don't really use their AI tools very much. But I do find, AI again it's very helpful for things that you're like, I don't know, to give you an idea of for things that you are unfamiliar with, you know? Chatting and learning Rust, the best way to start the week. I agree. I love Nix. Nix OS, moving all my PCs to it because of Bash. Let's go. Let's go. It is very funny though, because I do think a lot of well, I don't know. I've just had such a weird accumulation of issues on like with my laptop, and it's like not anything to do with like the actual like build quality or anything with my laptop. It's just like apparently AMD, I think it was like AMD like integrated graphics cards have like weird sleep issues on Linux, and this is like a very well-known thing. So I was dealing with that for a while, and then I was dealing with like Sway, a bunch of the Sway configuration stuff. I'm like, is this annoying me because it's on Nix and everything's supposed to be so explicitly set versus like, you know, something like Ubuntu or Pop! OS or whatever might have like more defaults that kind of, you know, turn on when you're using Sway or even Debian. Rust on LeetCode is kind of like hard mode, I'd imagine. I've heard that it's not good to do. I've heard that it's really not good for LeetCode stuff. Also, QE, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And Cruisin', thank you for the Prime. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Kevin, thank you for the tier 3. 6 months at tier 3 goes so hard. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. And Maxi, thank you for the 2 months. They say, I hate ads. You know what? You're right. Fair. It may have been a Sway plus hardware idiosyncrasy thing versus a Nix OS problem per se, but I speculate. It's hard to say because it's like even some of the things that I've overcome, it was just weird. Like it wasn't defaulting to using, what was it? It was like some stuff related to the dbus. I have to run Waybar with dbus launch or something like that. Which is like apparently not something that people have to do on other distros. But then there's other stuff too of like Wayland wasn't using X Wayland when it was supposed to. Things like that. I don't know. It was just very weird. But I did have X Wayland installed, so I have to look at like all of the fixes that I had to make were in my Sway configuration. I don't think that there was really anything. I have to double check. I could be wrong. I'm gonna look at my dot files right now actually. Oops, dot fillers. My bad. Yeah, I think it was, where's my configuration.nix? I hope that my configuration files have been somewhat helpful for you. Yeah, wait, am I importing? Oh, I'm so goofy. Wait, Sway. Okay, wait, I did add a Sway.nix thing in here. Oh, where is it? Did I not? Okay, there's a chance that I didn't include it. Hello? Where's the code? We're just chatting right now. The code will be delivered on Wednesday and Thursday. Okay, that is kind of funny. I think I accidentally put an absolute path in my configuration.nix. And then, oh wait, maybe it is my Nix. Do I have a Nix thing? Oh, I do. Wait, no, I'm wrong. It's there. Oh, that's what the freak it was. Yeah, it was so annoying. Oh my God. Okay. Hear me out. Look at this. Look at this shit. So, some things that I encountered, this entire file is basically just me rage fixing Sway. So a couple things I had to add. So I had to add environment system packages. I had to add XDG desktop portal and uLauncher, which I honestly might have I think I already had that. Did you finally solve it right now? No, it's just, I'm looking over it and it's just like, for example, I had to add something to Sway where I'm like programs.sway. I had to enable it, which is crazy to me. I'm like, I installed it. why do I have to? Anyway, so I think I had that already. I think I had wrapperfeatures.gtk is true, needed for GTK apps to work. And then there's also, you have to export SDL video driver to Wayland and export QTQPA platform environment variable to Wayland, and also export XDG session type to Wayland. Like none of this stuff is done by default. Yak shaving just so that you can use your OS. Yeah. Nuke it and start over. I literally can't. I cannot. Thoughts on Moltbook? What is that? Is that something with Claude Code or something? I don't care. It's so far removed from my life. Do you know what I mean? Did you catch the Obsidian folks are hiring a 3-person team at 350 million valuation? Honestly, good for them. I hope any of them take holidays though. TPH. I'm on Sway and I don't have any of this. I think I'll have to learn why. Dude, please link your dot files. I genuinely, it was so frustrating. Well, because so the issue that I was having is like when I hit, did Sway enable, installed it, whatever, had all that stuff, it was fine. And then I went to launch an Electron app and then it wouldn't launch. And then it was like, oh, it's supposed to be using X-Wayland for this. But then it's like, even if I was, I don't know, when it was using X-Wayland, it like wasn't detecting that it was supposed to use X-Wayland. And then it wasn't until I think I exported those things that it like fixed it. It was stream is freezing. I think it might be on my end. For what's worth, you can always have, I've never had to start X-Wayland myself. That's what I thought too. I think there's like some of this stuff I had to, yeah. This sway.next file is the bane of my existence pretty much. I don't use X-Wayland. I use Wayland. No, so Wayland will like run an X server as needed. It's supposed to do that. It's like an automatic thing. Or your like Sway is, I think Sway or Wayland, I can't remember which one of them. It's supposed to like run that X server for you when you try to use Electron, when it needs it. Moltbook is a Claude bot social media. That sounds, does anybody want to consume that content? Like, I don't know about you, but like, I think part of what I find interesting about the internet is like, oh, what are other people up to? You know, like, isn't that the whole thing of what's interesting about social media? Like, who cares what you can write with AI? I don't know. There was this post. Okay, wait, you guys, I might get a little bit of heat for this one. Not from you, but just in general if I get clipped. I have to find it. I think I bookmarked it. I'm getting hungry. Where was it? No! I don't think I bookmarked it. Oh, I need to find it. I think it was hold on. Is it? It was one of the Bun people. Bun.js? I have to find it. Okay, where are they following? I think it was this guy. Hold on. Okay, it was. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry, Jared. I'm sorry, Jared. We're talking about your tweet. Okay. So, you know what? I can probably show this. I just have to... Me risking it all to show you a tweet. Hold on. What do I have open? I don't think I have anything that I can't show. Let me just triple check. Okay. I think it's fine. But where are we? I think I'm gonna have to mirror this. It's weird because my cam's not mirrored. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. Okay. We're risking it all for Twitter. Okay. Are you ready? This is what... I don't know if you guys can even see it. This is crazy. Don't mirror yourself. No, you know what? I think I was mirrored because I think my cam... I don't know what happened. Okay. So this is crazy to me. So this is I mean, this is the kind of stuff I am envisioning happens in San Francisco. And he goes, me at Nopa on a first date. And she goes, how did you pick this restaurant? He goes, I asked Claude. Waitress compliments her pants, clothes come up. And she's like, where do you shop? And he says, I lost a bunch of weight. I had to rebuy everything. I sent Claude a pic of myself and it picked everything. A few minutes later, looking at the menu, she goes, wait, how do you track the calories? And he goes, believe it or not, also Claude, I sent a pic of the menu. This has to be a joke. I think Nopa is a restaurant. Like I'm guessing it's like a nice restaurant is my guess. This is crazy to me. You guys, is this a joke? Because the first time, yeah, this is on April 5th. This is not April Fool's. The first time you said, how'd you pick this restaurant? I asked Claude. I would be like, okay, that's fine, I guess. Like you didn't, I feel like I'd be more interested in like food reviewers or like a friend. Like, how long have you been in SF? Having a clothing come up and being like, I had to rebuy everything and I just sent Claude a picture of me and it picked. Dude, having this continuously turn back to like, hey, I'm asking AI to make like all of my life decisions for me. I'm like, okay. Am I, like, the questions that come to me as a woman, I'm like, if I'm in a relationship with you, am I gonna have to make all these decisions for you? And or while we're dating, are you gonna be rationalizing or asking questions about, or like relationship advice? Are you gonna be getting that from AI? Are we getting into like the territory where it's like the person that was like, oh, I fell in love with my therapist and AI said that I was right? Like, this can't be. I'm like, yo, this is weird. I'm sorry, Jared. This is not personal. It's not personal, but this is weird. SF is a social experiment at this point. It's crazy. Well, because I'm like, you're a grown-ass man. You should be making your own choices. It blows my mind. It's crazy. I don't know if this is mirrored. I don't know what's mirrored anymore. What if I chose to, you know what? Fuck it. Give the AI a body. Let them live instead of them. It's just like, it's weird because it's also such an attribute that I think most people find very endearing, is like having conviction. Raise my right hand. This is my right hand. Like having strong conviction behind your decisions and being able to like have direction in life that is propelled and make decisions based on who you are. Like how you dress is a form of self-expression. The food you eat is or like the places you go, whatever. It's like, it is a form of self-expression. And so it's just a very weird, like, it creates distance almost, where I'm like, okay, well, now I've asked you questions to like kind of get to know you as a person, and you've deferred everything to like an AI chatbot, which is crazy because now I'm like, I don't actually know you. Like, this is kind of, it's weird. It's weird. This post is not a joke. This is a kind of anti-AI propaganda. This wakes up This wakes up people of ban all woke. They will want to ban AI and then mega corporations with monopoly over all markets, including labor, one use them to restrict AI, to use max exploitation of labor at their productions. A funny moment is that these are the corporations who built AI. Okay, you lost me after this post is not a joke. I'm gonna be honest. You lost me. Might as well defer all your questions to your parents. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, if you said that for like, I don't know. I guess it's kind of one of those things. I mean, if your friend was like suggesting where to shop and stuff, but then you still like make a decision and, or you're like, oh, they're close with their friends, they're close with their family, whatever. But it's like everything. Make a table with advantages and disadvantages. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, I just want to go get a nice ribeye or Taco Bell. See? And that's you, or Chipotle. Yeah. You know what? That's you. And I support that. You know, sometimes you do need Taco Bell. Actually, I had Chipotle, like the hard shell tacos from Chipotle recently, and they were really good. I didn't know they had hard shell tacos. There are things that you can care about, and others, everything is okay. Yeah. Like there's some things you can be indifferent to, but it's just so, it like, I don't know. It like worries me. It worries me because I'm like, is your personal, like, it worries me because then I'm like, I don't know. I don't like trust it. It makes me feel like I don't trust that you would seek out information for yourself and that you would just believe anything that you're told by AI. Like, and then you're going to give me advice and it's going to be based on what AI told you. Does that make sense? What's your lighting setup? I'm trying to figure it out from your recent videos. Oh, basically I have a key light that's against the wall. Like it's facing the wall. Cause with key lights, I find them too bright and they can irritate my eyes after many hours. So I pretty much just have that bright key light that's being diffused against the wall. And then I have these lights behind me. And my camera is not a DSLR camera, which means it is not super annoying with lights. A lot of DSLR cameras I found have like they want things at like super low light, they process things so that it always looks very low light and you end up having to have like tons of super bright lights. I really like this camera. It's a mirrorless camera. Yeah, it's great. And also it was like $1,500, including the lens, Canadian, including the lens, which is usually an additional crazy amount of money. Yeah, very affordable. And there's an app for it that you can get on your phone that allows you to control it remotely, which is sick. So you can have it, like you can get all these different shot angles and stuff, and then allow it and then be able to take photos or start a recording or whatever and not have to, like you can see the image and everything on like your phone or tablet or anything. Yeah, and it streams 4K. The only thing is I think there's like people are saying that it overheats, but I've never had it overheat. Yeah. Sewing says, or like have an opinion about anything other than what you're going to defer all of your opinions to. Yeah. True. I think it's just important to have opinions and stuff. I'm not saying it's not a red flag. I don't care that much what restaurant we're going. You can choose. Now, if you ask me what does it mean to be a good father, then my conviction kicks in. Yeah. I mean, I think, okay, it's a first date, but still it's one of those things where I feel like it does represent a bit of like an effort thing though too. Of like, I'd imagine at this point, if you're going on a first date, you've probably had some kind of level of conversation of like, oh, what are your favorite cuisines? And like, I don't know, like you've probably gotten to know each other to an extent where you're like, oh, well, she said she really likes sushi, so we should go for sushi. And then it's like, it's one thing to just be like, oh, what's the best sushi place? It's like, oh, what's something like, I don't know. It's like it is a bit of like an effort thing too. I don't know if that's like kind of just, I don't know if that's super logical, but it's kind of like, I like knowing that they looked at like what all the options were, or like they looked at multiple options and chose that like, oh, this one reminds me the most of like something that she would like, you know, like there was some thought behind it of like, oh, I think this one is very her and we would have a great time here. Yeah. When using a mirrorless to stream, you definitely need one of those. Oh yeah, like a dummy battery. You definitely need a dummy battery. Yeah. Honestly, Melber, very funny, very good call. He goes, I always ask, what's your zodiac sign? And no matter the response, I always say, wow, that makes a lot of sense. I know nothing about zodiac. Very funny. Someone should go on the fraction of restaurants that Claude knows in order to form an opinion. That would honestly be a really fun, I feel like that'd be a really fun series for like a food. If there was like a food content creator or something that's like my favorite sushi place versus like AI's favorite sushi place, you know? That'd be sick. All right. Oh my God. I forgot about YouTube. I'm sorry, you guys. Why do I have my notifications you turn on and I don't get notified of when you go live? That is a good question. I don't know. I don't really know how live streams work on YouTube. And I don't think YouTube does either. I don't think anyone knows. What's the point? At least he didn't say grok. It's honestly true. Okay. Yeah, honestly, good call. You're not wrong. Is Emacs worth the trouble of learn for writing essays in LaTeX and coding? Honestly, it's just use Doom Emacs. Use like a pre-built version of Emacs. It is so helpful for being able to export things to LaTeX. If you have to do that for assignments or just you like the look of LaTeX, it makes it so much easier to do that. Like you can write things out in org mode or like as an org file or markdown or whatever. And just, it's like built in to be able to export it to LaTeX, and it's goated. But it depends, Rads. It really depends on if you're, if you want. It can sometimes turn into a bit of a side project, but personally, I've found Emacs, like Doom Emacs is pre-built, whatever. It's just been pretty good it's been very reliable, especially compared to my NeoVim experience. Birdie, welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. However, I'm sorry, it is English only because we cannot moderate other languages. Did you have any coding experience before college? No. Nada. I mean, AI, people think AI is some magical app. It's just sampling and distribution of data. Yeah, which is crazy. It feels like, I don't know, it feels so insane to me that there hasn't been more like kind of, I don't know if it's like warnings or like restrictions around how data is used. Like there's very little, there are no guardrails for people for like technology, access to data. Even like, I feel like bias in data is a very underemphasized pattern that has emerged in technology. Like there's so much bias in technology that like never really gets spoken about and or never really gets anything passed to try and fix that. And so it does seem crazy to me that there is already so much inherent bias, like active problems that we are experiencing with big data, that instead of, hey, let's try and like fix this thing before moving on to the next thing, it's like, actually, let's make our entire source of truth based on this big data, these huge data sets that already have so much inherent bias in it. It is crazy. I honestly, I feel like for the last, oh my God, for years now, I've been like, you know what? Soon they're going to pass something. They're going to make it illegal for all of these companies to be like harvesting this much data on users. There's no way. It's so unethical. There's no way that they let it get past this point. And then we're at the point of like biometrics being collected by like any company. And I'm like, how is this, how are we to this point? And it hasn't been dialed back at all. It is so crazy to me. They have too much money for anyone to say no to them. It's so wild. Okay, Penguin, we're not going to go there. EU is leading the way of regulating this. Yeah, but it's just, I don't know. Maybe I gotta read more about what the EU's been doing, but it's just, I don't know. It's interesting. I just feel like I don't think that the restrictions should fall on the users, if that makes sense. Like, there's so much black box software that they could just have to do these things internally. But like, I don't know, adding age restrictions and like having to verify your ID and stuff like that, no, I don't know. Like, that shouldn't fall on users. Regulating AI in EU? Okay. All right, good. Just posted a video in the Discord server. Please consider it. Okay, I'll take a look. Oh, swap high-level language for AI. Oh, okay. I'll see what you posted. We'll see. Yeah, it's very interesting. And then Vengeance says 100% in data analysis too. People think that there are hard facts, but so much is contextual and can be manipulated. Yeah, 100%. Do you speak French? I do. Yes. Hopefully Canada joins the European Union. Honestly, I mean, Canada already culturally, I think, is quite similar to a lot of European countries. I feel like Canada is like the middle ground between American culture and European culture. Like, there are different ways. Like, it's not as cutthroat as the US, at least in like a work, in like work environments. It's not as cutthroat as the US. We have a lot more like employment rights and stuff like that by comparison to the States, more similar to Europe. But there are other ways where it's like, I think a lot of our like day to day and just even our approach to different things are like very similar to the US. Your phone is fair. It's a demonstration of effort. Yeah. Oh, where are we? Bonjour du Québec. Salut chaotic. Hello. Salut. Is she AI? No. No. I have something to say. You're allowed to say it. Ready. Look at my badge. Yo, let's go. Wait, Gio, I didn't know you worked at NASA. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the 14 months. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Penguin, if you're asking me, I don't know. You should ask AI. You should ask AI. Hi, Faison. I don't work at NASA, but I am considering it. There's so many NASA employees in the chat. You know what? I knew you guys were smart. I knew that my chat was the ones getting us to the moon. I knew it. All right, you guys. I think that's enough. It's enough for today. Enough tomfoolery. Is that I don't actually know what that means. I just know old people say it. All right, NASA engineers. Y'all get out of here. I don't know who to rate. I forgot to look. I forgot how Twitch works. My bad. Also, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jared. Please don't. Twitch.rv. Yeah. Ba-ba-bam. All right. Who is live? I wonder. Oh, you know what? You guys wanna? You guys. I know where I'm sending you. I know where I'm sending you. I don't know if they have any. I don't know if they have any music or anything because I can't hear it right now. But you guys are gonna go look at some animals, okay? This is gonna be the closest you get to touching grass all day. Just kidding. You're NASA engineers that are well socialized, so I believe in you. For the record, YouTube, if you want to check it out, I'm rating this place, and I actually can probably find them in the time before it raids. I can probably find their live stream on YouTube. Yes, I found it. All right, if you're on YouTube, here's the YouTube equivalent. You can go watch a bunch of animals, a live stream of animals at an animal sanctuary. Bye for now. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Don't forget, there is a Discord if you'd like to join the Discord. And that new schedule, we're live again 3 times a week until June. All right? Goodbye. I just watched League of Legends streamers to see animals.